Hello. Hello and welcome. Let me, I gotta pull up a thing. Hold on. How's everybody doing? Hope you're doing well. Okay. Let me get situated here. Hello. We're here. We're back. We're doing it. So, since it's been a while, I figured I'd start with like a fun little challenge. And I saw some folks do a similar thing on the Drawfee channel. Those guys are great. So I'm doing a similar thing. I didn't know what to draw. So I found this October drawing prompt challenge thing. And clearly it is already halfway through October. So I'm not doing all of these. But the fun thing that I saw someone do on stream was they basically found one of these monthly things and they combined a bunch of them and then they drew that. So that's what I'm doing today. I've got a random number generator. I'm going to do it 3 times and put 3 of these things together, and that's what we will draw. So let's see what we get. I guess I'll write it on here somewhere. Do I have the... Yeah, okay. So first one is flowers. This is far too big. Flowers. Next one is sushi. And the last one is pause. So that's what we're doing today. Some combination of these things. Let's see. What about a couple of friends getting sushi together? That could be fun. Is it ambitious? Of course. Am I potentially making this way harder than it needs to be? Absolutely. It's my whole brand. No, I think it'll be the boys. I don't want to make it I don't want to make it impossible for me to do. I guess if anything it would be like maybe we'll do Tank and Jesse getting some sushi or something. Let me see if I can just do a real quick Google search. Let's try like, oh man, how do I even draw? Okay, so what if we had like, so I guess we'll start with like sushi plates, right? It's plates of sushi. We'll say this is a bunch of little thingies. Let's go I feel like Tank and Jesse doing this makes most sense. But I also think it would be funny to have like Tank kind of struggling with chopsticks. That feels like his vibe. What if he's like, what if he's just like reaching with his bare hands? Because he can't with the chopsticks. Mm. And then we get like an angry Jesse in here somehow, because that is also his brand. Maybe we have him leaning more like this. So he's a little more engaged. More like that. Oh, I've decided. I want. Oops. I think the little PNG tuber is, or maybe my microphone, perhaps, I don't know, is a little too sensitive. I'm realizing now that it keeps jumping around every time I touch my iPad on my desk. So maybe I just need to be a little more gentle or something. I'll fine tune it later. He's just so excited. It's true. Think hand about here. I think something like this. Maybe I need to adjust this a little bit. Let's bring this a little bit further out. Monkey, hello. Wait, online as in you're like about to also be streaming? Or you were streaming or planning on streaming? If so, I'm sorry. um, hello. Two in the morning. Oh no. I hope you can get some sleep. I'm not sure if I want him like explaining himself or like completely ignoring what Jesse's doing here. I think we want this a little further down. And probably also more like that, I think. Oh, that's right. We gotta. Maybe we'll say the pause thing is Tank trying to use his hands, just so I don't have to think of another thing to do. Oh man, I'm gonna have to draw someone holding chopsticks in a second, and that's gonna be a whole thing. But that still leaves the flower thing. Should I give someone like a flower shirt, maybe? I could give... No, I don't know if I want to do that. I was gonna say I could give one of them like one of those flower print Hawaiian shirts, but that's not really either of their vibe. That's like a Kai thing. I don't really want to draw Kai in this also. Oh. I was moving my mic around and I hit the mute button on accident. GameStop t-shirts, true, true. The lore of my boys. So we're drawing the grumpy one and the big goofy one. I'm realizing now that multiple boys could be considered the big goofy one. The big goofy one who likes hugs, I guess. Mm. It's been like so long that I'm like struggling to remember details, like very minor details. This boy's hair I will never forget though. Not terribly long ago, I was I think I want his face a little more round here. I was like, dang, I haven't drawn him in such a long time. I hope I can even remember how to do it. So I drew him on a post-it note, and it's still on my desk at work, just to like, hey, remember when you used to draw? You should do that again soon. And I see it like every day, and I'm like, oh man, I really should do that again soon. Maybe a different expression for his mouth here. And he's got like a little boop here. Yeah. Hold on. I have to Google a person holding chopsticks now. I think I could figure this out. There's reference, but like not from this particular angle. And this would normally be like where you would kind of like go to I would normally resort to like taking a photo, but I do not have that option in this instance. Well, I kind of do. I'll have to just do it with the pencil. That work? Did that do? We will find out if that works. So like the big meaty part of the thumb is like here. Actual thumb part is like here. And it kind of like comes in this way. This finger is like that. It's more like this. I forget that I use chopsticks wrong. I do it in a way that works for me, okay? This needs to be a little bit bigger. But yeah, I always kind of forget that I do it technically incorrectly. I hold them like I would hold a pencil, though. I went to Japan with some friends, and one of them was like looking at me. One of the first times we went to eat somewhere, I was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm eating my food. What do you want from me?" It wasn't like I was holding them like some kind of barbarian, but it looks incorrect if you're actually paying attention. So and for this hand, big knuckle. One, two, three. This probably needs to be more like this way. The way you're supposed to do it is like both chopsticks rest between your index finger and thumb, I guess. But I don't do it that way. I basically hold one like a pencil and rest it between my finger and index, or my middle finger and index finger. And that one stays like static. And then I use one between my index and thumb to like open and close, if that makes sense. His eyes are not going to be that large. Oof. How wrong your way of doing them is. How wrong is your way of doing them? Now I must know. Everybody tag yourself. How wrong do you use chopsticks? That's far too large of an eraser. These boys gonna look weird just because I haven't drawn them in such a long time, so there's gonna be like a lot of off-model behavior. Pulls out a fork. Can't use a fork. It tastes better without fork. This is a lie. I don't eat sushi. I would have no idea if it tastes better with or without a fork. Part of me really wants to like go and fix this little talking dude because I keep the way that my setup works is I have to keep the window open for the little guy, and And I keep seeing him bouncing around when I'm not saying things, and it makes me like want to go in and fix it. Because I feel like it'll keep bothering me if I don't do anything about it, but it's totally fine. My life is a plague of things that are only bothersome to me and nobody else. Two extra things for boyfriend to poke you with. Use a spork. The spork is the defeater of all foods. The one true utensil. This isn't necessarily accurate. It should probably go more like this. But the way that his hand is kind of covering that up a little too much, so maybe let's split the difference here. I also really haven't seen a spork in a super long time. Not since like high school days, honestly. I'm sure I've seen one since then, but it feels like a long time. This sushi hand is still not correct, and it's gonna be wrong for a minute. Is that like about the same size? I think so. These knuckles are not aligned. It should be higher up. I need these to be like this. Let me get this one go up. Thumb come over. These rock'em sock'em robot blocky hands. They are pretty helpful to figure stuff out though sometimes. I turned the hug thing off because when I set up my new setup, it wasn't working. I think I forgot to import some stuff. So I will turn it back on eventually once I figure out how to fix it. This thumb should be... It's bending down and it should be bending up, I think. Like up this way. Yeah. Yeah, I apologize. A lot of my a lot of my random stuff is very, what I like to call spur of the moment extra, where I'm like, well, I could do it this way, or I could take 5 extra minutes and do it this other way. That is, in fact, extra. Which is what was happening with the start here thing at the very beginning of the stream. I had to wait for it to render because I was like, what if I just spend 5 extra minutes and do this one extra thing? And then I remembered, oh wait, I'm streaming from my PC and it doesn't have AirDrop, so I have to actually transfer these files in a way that takes a minute. I think there's like a thing you can get for PCs to like be able to use AirDrop, but I don't know what that is. Oh baby, the foreshortening. Yeah, sure, of course you remember how to draw. Let's draw a really obnoxious hand pose. And also make it foreshortening. Coming directly at the camera. Genius. Let's do it, he said to himself like a fool. I guess that's right. That seems right. Can round out this hand a little bit more. It is absolutely too small compared to the other one, so first I need to figure out this chopstick situation. They're holding some nondescript object that I will figure out later. That's future problems. I think that's about correct. Jesse is not quite that big. I don't really need to redraw this, but I'm going to, just to make sure that when I turn off this layer, I don't have to turn it back on again. Plus, everybody loves extra practice. Drawing is like ogres. It is when I do it. It doesn't have to be, but I tend to get really stuck on problem solving sometimes. Or maybe I'm just like out of practice, I don't know. But I've always kind of envied artists who are able to like just draw a thing. That seems silly to say, but like I'm always the kind of person who has to like do a crazy amount of sketch layers to kind of figure something out. And then once I'm sort of like spatially aware of how a thing works and should go, that's when I like move on to doing the actual like line layers and junk. I think I want this to overlap here a little more. I don't think his hair usually does that, but I'm going to do it today. But yeah, sometimes folks are just able to do like the layer I'm doing right now, but like at the beginning. And that's always been like, how? How you do that? Teach me your ways. But a lot of times that sort of thing can just be like lots of practice. Oh. I was like, I'm forgetting something. It was his glasses. I think his eyes might come a little closer to the edge of his face here. Which means this needs to be a little lower. That needs to also be a little lower. Five Nights at Freddy camera noise? Know what camera noises is? It could be from the Chillhop music. I have not played the Five Nights games, so I literally have no idea. Let's do one of these moves. I regret doing one of those moves because I already don't like it. So that probably is lower. That's probably here. That's probably there. I feel like I might go see the movie, but it feels unlikely because, again, I don't really have much attachment to the games. But sometimes I just go to the movies because I haven't been to a movie in a long time, and if everyone's talking about a movie, I'll go see it. But that doesn't happen as often. I used to have a... That made his chin so square just now. I used to have a theater kind of like right next to my house. Not like right next to, but like very close. So I would be able to just kind of roll out of bed on a whim to go see a movie sometimes. But then COVID happened and it closed because it was a smaller theater and it just didn't have the business. And that does bum me out a little bit. I think that's a little bit better. But it was great because I would get to like roll out of bed and go see a movie in like the afternoon. And since it was a smaller theater, like the reason it closed was also the reason I went to it. There was never anyone there, so when I would go, like I went to go see so many Marvel movies where it was just like me and like an old couple, an elderly couple, and that was the only people in the theater. And that was great. But then when it closed, I had to start going to like actually frequented movie theaters where people actually like attend and congregate. And it was a huge pain because it was like, why is everyone talking and on their phones? Don't they have ads at the beginning of these to tell people to not do that? Why are people doing that? I think I definitely need to adjust the sensitivity of this boy. If every time I like tap the screen, he's gonna jump like this. Like, watch. The mic's not even registering in OBS. I guess it's just extra sensitive for this guy. Let me see if I can turn it down while we're doing this. Oh, not that. Didn't want to do that. How about here? Is that better? Maybe it'll jump a little less often now. So far, so good. Oh wait, I changed the other thing a little. Dang. I think it was like here. Yeah, that feels right. There's like 2 sliders for this PNG guy. One is like the slider for when it picks up the audio for whatever mic you're using, and the other slider is like when it stops moving itself. So yeah, messing with one kind of, they're like right next to each other as well. So like messing with one almost always messes with the other. At least when I do it, but I do it wrong. Like some kind of fool. Okay. I still probably have to fine tune it a little. It jumps a little bit, but not quite as much. No. His chest would be about here. So that means that would end about here. I could probably keep that line because one of these boys is going to need some flowers at some point. Alright, let's try figuring out how to do the other guy. I'll do this on another layer just in case I royally mess it up. Yes, flowers. I'm gonna turn this off actually because we're not focused on him right now. So what I'm doing for the stream today is I found one of these October prompts, and I did a random number generator for 3 numbers, and these are the 3 numbers that it gave me, so I'm mixing them together. And that's what we're doing today. So naturally, Sushi and Paws led us to Tank and Jesse eating sushi together, and Tank being unable to comprehend how to use chopsticks. So he's reaching for the sushi with his hands. I think something like this for this hand shape. In this particular instance, yes, we are counting hands as paws. In the caption, I will probably something like, "Don't put your grubby paws on the sushi, use chopsticks, you monster." Something like that. A lot of the time, I spend like half of the actual drawing portion trying to figure out what the caption is. This finger would be a little bit lower. That would be like here. That would be like here. So this would be a little more here. Something like that. I guess. Need like a little bit of a bendy like that, I think. Getting a Slurpee. Nice. Delicious. I hope you enjoy. Can I get a... This hand is also not large enough. Never a bad time for a pizza. Let's move to another spot so that I can not overwork this. Oop. This would be like here. What if instead of like... Yeah. I think I like this face a little better. Big blocky eyebrows. One, two. I guess this is our third. Oop. Dr. Pepper and nacho cheese Doritos. You're not allowed to have those. Because it's nacho cheese. Did you guys miss my great jokes? My exceptional humor. Let's get this out of here. Like that. Use that joke a lot. It's a good one. I don't blame you. I love that, before I turn this layer down, but what a mess this area is compared to this area. Hands, man. Two jobs. Oh man. Good luck to you. Remember to take breaks when you can. And don't work yourself too hard. A piece of advice that I am constantly given and never take advantage of is make sure you use your vacation days. Take your days off. I'm one of those people though that's like, I have to like go somewhere in order to like feel like I'm taking vacation days. Like if I'm just taking a vacation day to sit at home, it doesn't feel like it's worth it. You know what I mean? But the inherent problem there is that traveling is not the cheapest thing in the world. And so I don't use all my days. I really should, but it's like one of those things where it's like, when I take days off, I know I'm going to get like correspondence from people, like calls or texts or emails or something. And it's easier to be like, I cannot help you with that when I'm literally unable to help someone. But if I am able to, like if I'm just at home, then I'm very likely to be like, oh, let me just do that real quick because it's only going to take a second. If it is something that will truly only take a second. Is it possible to disconnect? Yes. But it's not like it's not like quite as how do I want to say this? Like it's easier to do when you're far away and you're like more likely to be physically unable to like connect. I could just like set my phone to be like, hey, don't call me. But that requires me remembering to do that. Yeah, I think that's a large part of it. When you're like not doing your own stuff, just at home. It's easier to be like, no, I don't think I will answer that call right now. Gotta fix these tangents. So many. So numerous, these tangents. Yeah, so tangents are like a thing where so I don't know, sometimes it works when I explain it this way. In a math setting, right? A tangent is like when you have a curve and there's a line that like touches that curve. It's the same with like drawing. When two lines kind of touch one another in this way, or like if, say, I had a shape that sort of like lined up with the line of another shape, how it sort of like doesn't, like it draws your eye here to these places in a way that like you don't want. A lot of like drawing and composition and stuff is leading the viewer's eye to where you want them to look, and tangents and things like that tend to lead the viewer's eye in a place where you don't intend. So generally when you hear people say like you gotta avoid them, that's why. They're not inherently bad. Like having a tangent in your drawing is not gonna be the end of the world. And in some cases it's like a thing that you want. Like you can use it to your advantage in a, like, okay, so here's another example for right here. Because there's like a point here on his ear, if this lines up with that point, it will like draw too much attention to that. So what I'm trying to do when I'm putting this line here is make it so it either comes further down or comes higher up. But I can't have it go higher up because it needs to like match up with this line. So, but that's the sort of like problem solving stuff that makes art really fun, in my opinion. It's like every drawing is kind of a puzzle that you're solving. So it can be really, here's another example. This angle, if this goes directly into that angle, that's like a tangent that you don't want. I think actually in these cases, they're not considered tangents. It's another thing. But I just use tangent as a blanket term because I forget what the other term is. Unless I'm thinking of something else, I'm not sure. But yeah, that's a large part of like why sometimes with drawing, I had a drawing professor who kind of talked about it in this way, where it's like sometimes you can draw and talk at the same time, but if you're like hanging out with people who are in the middle of making stuff, you will notice that sometimes they just kind of have to like stop talking for like a second. It's not always like a super long time. But it's usually because you have to like stop and your brain has to process something because you're constantly thinking about stuff while you're creating things, you know? I think that's okay. This is another kind of instance here where I'm trying to figure some stuff out. I need his hand to not be crazy chunky. But this is like where his bicep goes, this curve here. So I need to find a way to sort of distinguish the fact that this is his hand. And having this sort of touching against this line was sort of confusing that. But yeah, a lot of times when you're trying to avoid like tangents and things, sometimes it's about leading the viewer's eye, but sometimes, like in cases just then, it's about like a clarity thing where if someone's brain has to process an image slightly longer, it'll kind of bother them. And it's one of those like subconscious things that like you won't really know why it bothers you, but it bothers you. I think I want this to be less pointy. This needs to be wider. Let's do one of these. The dreaded canvas flip. His shoulder's very high, but that's kind of the point. Because he's leaning back. If anything, his neck might be too long here. Something a little more like that. forgot. This line. Got our heart shape here. Can't forget that fun detail. Yeah, ask away. Ask all the questions you want. I am always prepared to talk about these goofballs. Probably. Sometimes I don't have a great answer. But I will do my best. Something like that, I think. I don't like that. A lot of this arm is going to get covered up by Jesse anyway, so I don't know if I need to worry about it too much. Do want to move this up here some, though. Probably more like this. That's not meant to be that thick. I just happen to hold my pencil the wrong way. Something like that. Something like that. Yeah. Okay. Wondering about for a while. What are their last names? Tank, I haven't decided, which is part of the reason I haven't mentioned it. Jesse and Junior's last name is Blackwood. Kai is one that I also haven't decided. Roz's last name is Roswell. His full name is Chester Roswell. Felix, I think I decided his last name was Reyes. I could be misremembering, but that feels right. Who am I forgetting? I'm forgetting somebody, I think. Kai, I haven't decided what Kai's last name is. I don't know how I feel about Jesse's mouth. Yeah, Cecil Sinclair. And I guess if Blackwood's a Scottish last name, then yeah, Jesse is Scottish. Maybe I don't draw his bottom teeth here. I feel like I need to, though. What if I have him sort of more like eating something instead, actually? Something like that, I think. I think that's fine. Oops. Okay. What does sushi look like? Oops. Oh, that's right. There's a thing that I use for this. Where's it at? Yeah. Oh, I forgot. It's been so long. His shirt is also bothering me still. Any of them speak a second language. Felix also speaks Spanish. And I think he's the only one who speaks another language. Maybe Cecil speaks French, actually. That would be funny. He's just like fancy for no reason. I don't know why French would suddenly make him fancy. But I feel like I could see Cecil speaking French. Jesse probably has tried to learn Japanese at some point. I don't know if he speaks it. I would say probably not. This cowlick is too close to the rest of his hair. I guess. I think we'll make Tank's belly come out a little further here. Something like that, I think. Yeah, Roz is as well, if I'm remembering correctly. But he don't speak it because he couldn't be bothered. Jesse and Junior are very close. But unfortunately, Junior lives very far away from everyone else. Because he lives on a farm. And the rest of these boys are city boys. But I could get into the deep lore, I guess. That I haven't had the, like, full ability to convey. If you guys really want. I think I need to move one of these people. Because here's another one of these little tangents right here. And that's going to stick out a little too much for my liking. So I just gotta move them a little bit. Not a lot. That also kind of fixes his other shoulder situation a little bit. Trying to move my microphone. I'm sitting in a new spot. Not really, I just kind of sat up a little bit, so I have to move the mic. Maybe I just need a better mic arm. I think maybe that'll solve both of my problems. With the little guy who talks too much. Okay. Not so much like well, it is a solidarity thing, but not in that way. Jesse's... Alright, I guess it's deep lore time. I did kind of explain a little bit of this, though, so it's not fully deep lore. Jesse's father passed away when he was very young. So he and his mother moved in with Junior's family. Which was his father's brother's family. So Jesse spent a lot of his like younger years with Junior, and since they're like very close in age, they became very close friends. But also Jesse did that thing that like kids do in rough childhood situations in movies and TV. He was acting out. So they sent him away to a boarding school. And ever since then, they've kind of been like trying to stay close. But they were never able to be like as close as they were when they were kids. But being sent away kind of let him find ways to keep in touch with Junior, even though they are not like physically close to each other. You give him a good talking to, kind of. It was more like a Jesse would do something stupid and get both of them kind of in trouble. But Junior's dad would be like more strict on Jesse than on his kid, because he kind of always knew it was Jesse's fault. But then it kind of got to a point where it made Jesse act out even more, because he was like, it's not always my fault. Like one of those kind of situations. I have to at some point figure out what sushi looks like. I'm just kind of like dancing around it at this point. Alright, let me do some Googling. Hold on. Stand by. I guess I'll try this, whatever this is. Oh wait, you asked another question at some point and I missed it, I'm sorry. Jesse is close to his mom, yes. But also he's closer than he was, but he was very mad at her for a long time because of the whole boarding school situation. I'm just going to copy and paste. Yeah, Jesse did kind of have that feeling for his uncle, I guess. What else do I need? I need like napkins or something. Tank and his family. Tank has a sister who he is very close with. But his father is not around. I don't think I ever fully solidified why. I just kind of got in my head that he was not around. I'll need to figure that out in a minute. No, Jesse was never angry at Junior. They were so close that he was like, it was one of those like brothers for life situations where he was like, no, I will never be mad at you. You are not the problem. Let's see. This is more like this. This is legitimately just going to be like blobs of color when I get to this point. I'll probably draw some like crumbs or something. Tank is, yes. Okay. I think that may be enough to kind of get started here. These are all my sketch layers. Just want to make sure they're all turned up. So that I could do that. Okay. Now for the part where I have to remember how do line art. I could just go like really thick lines and go easy on myself, but I don't think I really want to do that. Yeah, she's only appeared a couple of times, but that's mostly because I never really liked the way that I kept drawing her. So it was one of those, I'll have to figure this out eventually kind of things. It was mostly the hair. Because I wanted her to have like similar hair to Tinky Tank Boy. But trying to draw hair longer in that same like bubbly way always gave it like a very Proud Family vibe that I wasn't after exactly. Her name is Tabitha, yes. Oops. Something like that, I think. Do I think any of the boys would do drag? Like, in a semi-performative way? Cecil probably would. In a, like, Final Fantasy VII happenstance kind of way? Probably all of them, honestly. I feel like Felix would probably be open to it. He's like the type of person who would do whatever. He did go as a Sailor Scout the one year for one of the Halloween comics, so I don't know if that counts. Not horribly important that that line is closed, so I won't close it. What would Cecil's drag name be? That's a good question. Probably something raunchy. Yeah, probably. Cecilia. I feel like he would be more creative than that. It would probably be something money related. Either a play on like how rich he is or how toxic he is. One of those two. sneaking a little extra hair bit in there. Nope. Nope. Raunchy Rich, pretty good. Richita? Is that how I meant to be reading that? I would say no to that name simply because I have no idea if I'm even saying it right. Ah. I don't want to fill that in. I'll do it later. With color. I'm gonna do this first. Because it'll help me figure out a lot of other stuff in a minute. Does that seem about right? Richiata? Repulsion? If it was like Richita, it might be like Richita George. Would probably be a good one. Since it's like both the richness and toxicity in one. Oh no, that's not at all how I want that thumb to look. I heard they were remaking that movie. Is that true? I saw like someone talking about a preview for that. I haven't actually seen the trailer or anything though. It also feels weird. Like it's not that old of a movie. So it feels weird to be a thing that would get remade. Oh, the musical? Can I have a whole burn book? It's 19 years old. Don't you do that to me. Back in my day, it was topical and it was accurate. I don't think that we as a society have changed that much that movie no longer like makes sense though. Is where I was coming from. Mean Girls is the movie. Silver. But I guess the musical version. To be totally honest, I was not aware that there was a musical version. So that's cool to know. I'm not much of a musical guy. I don't go out to theater shows too often. So, tragically, I'm not crazy well versed in the theater. Something like that, I think. No. No. Definitely needs to curve this way. I think that's fine. I'm sure it's going to be great. I just know nothing about it, is the thing. Halloween costumes. Oops. Something like that. Is Lindsay Lohan acting anymore? I don't know. I hope she's doing okay. Christmas movie? Last year. Was it like good? Holiday movies are another one that are not usually on my radar. I liked it? Well, that's good. I am glad. %. Oh man. That's worth 62 whole tomatoes. Or 62% of a number of tomatoes, perhaps. 62 out of 100 tomatoes. Tina Fey new movie? Oh, like the new Mean Girls movie? Yeah, her name is Lindsay Lohan. That's how like most people introduce her or whatever, but I always say Lindsay Lohan because I am a stupid American who says things in an abrasive way. um, oh, maybe I should just do line art for both on this layer because they're kind of intertwined at this point. These boys and their overlapping poses always kind of give me troubles. For like the logistics of it, you know? Um, that hand was off to a good start, but tragically I do need to move it. Need it to be a little bit more like this. Something like that, I guess. Falling asleep. Good night. I hope you sleep well. Have many delightful dreams. About like cake or something. Oh no. The part of the hand that I skipped. Okay, let's try and figure this out. So we got this here, this here. Yeah. I think. Nope. The hat toggle. Okay, hold on. I think it's this button for drawing streams. Yeah. Prefer without hat. I am glad that you have a preference. I do like wearing hats though. I got a new one earlier this week and I'm really happy about it. Got to wear it over the weekend. And it worked. It did exactly what I wanted. It's a hat that says howdy on it. And I greeted someone by saying howdy. And they were like, oh, is that a new hat? And I was like, it is. They were like, what's it say? And then the hat also said howdy. It was great. I was like, yes. You walked directly into my trap. I think it is one of the ones that is not going away from the Yeti. Let me put it in the chat, actually. I'll type it out, because it's easier than trying to, like, spell it out. I don't know if this will actually work as a link, but that's where I got it. It's a wonderful website run by wonderful people. Like half of the shirts that I own are from that website. And their social media is pretty fun. I have to, like, one day go out and check out their store, like, in person. They have, like, an arcade or something, apparently. Like, as part of their storefront. And that's kind of cool. But I'm too far away. The song sounds so much louder than the one before it. I don't know if it is or if it's just me. I'm kind of bummed a little bit about the music stuff because I had this whole thing set up for like Spotify. But I was like, let me not get demonetized actually. Let me use the Chillhop stuff. So I went to see if they had like some guidelines on like how to use their Spotify stuff. But it was like, don't use our Spotify. Use our web player instead. And I was like, dang. What an unfortunate turn of events. So now the Spotify thing is not a thing I will likely be using. Which is unfortunate. It was a lot more customizable. Thanks for hanging out, Adrian. Have a good night. Sleep well. Honkai Star Rail. I see ads for it all the time, and I know a couple of people who play it. But as a whole, I'm like fairly uninterested in gacha games these days. It feels like every game I play has a gacha element to it, but like strictly gacha games are not super appealing to me anymore. Design-wise, it looks like a great game. I'm sure it's fun. But it is just not my cup of tea, so I'm not especially interested. But from what I hear, it's a great game. It's one of those, like, if you're into Genshin or what was the other gacha mobile game where it was like mythical deities but in like modern times or something? Whatever that one's called. People have said it's like that. Yeah, Dislike. I have no idea if any of those are similar. The only one of them that I've played is Genshin. I didn't make it especially far in that game. I think I'll do that with color later. Same with that too. A large thing that I've learned from working digitally specifically, that has taken me a long time to really learn, to be honest. Like longer than it probably should have, is that you can do so much stuff with like just color instead of line sometimes. Like sometimes defining a shape is better to do with like the color stage of the drawing and not the line art stage, because it'll look too heavy. In some cases. Not always, but sometimes. Oops. That's one of those needs to be in color kind of things. Kind of like how lumpy this one is. Plans for Halloween. I currently have no plans. I'm not really intending to do anything. Maybe I'll just watch a scary movie or something. You're in college? You can still do Halloween things for college. It just becomes costume parties instead of candy. And then going to buy candy cheaper the day after Halloween is also part of it. Or at least it was for me. Gonna make a friend watch a scary movie. Oh man. I hope they're okay with it. And I hope it's not too scary for them. Huh. Pick the worst one for them? Oh no. Now I'm curious about what that is though. Mm. What does this look like if I move it up some? Not bad. Midterms, having trouble studying. Oh no. My condolences. I am very bad at giving study advice though, so that's about as far as I can get. I'm one of those like cram immediately before a test kind of people and then forget most of it immediately after. Host, Strangers, Sinister, Oculus. I don't think I've seen Host, but I think I've seen every other one of those. Those are all pretty good. Strangers is one of my favorites. Although it was also one of the ones that like fully opened my eyes to the based on true events kind of taglines. It was one of the first movies that I was like, oh man, I wonder what actually happened. And then I like Googled it. And then Wikipedia was like, yeah, this is 3 stories at least, all kind of mixed together. Possibly 4 stories. I was like, dang. It was nothing like that then. So. Turnip, hello. How are you? I hope all is well. Something like this. But yeah, speaking of like spooky stuff, not really even spooky, but you know what I mean. I finished The Fall of the House of Usher yesterday, and I can't stop thinking about it. It's very good. It's the latest of those spooky Halloween Netflix deals. But it was my favorite one since the first one that they've done. Why is this arc like this? What's going on? The Haunting of Hill House, I think is the first one. Then they did the Bly Manor one, which wasn't very good in my opinion when compared to the first one. And then they did Midnight Mass. That one was pretty good, but it was like very different. But the Fall of the House of Usher was quite good. Still a bit different compared to the others, but it was very much like the first series, in that it was like one of those like you're constantly asking questions up until the very end of the story. And you could like kind of figure it out, but those other ones that I didn't like from before, it wasn't as compelling to me trying to solve it. Why are you like this? Hello? But yeah, how have you been, Turnip? It's been a minute. Been enjoying the October stuff. It's kind of what we're doing today. Slightly. I don't know why I'm stressing about this. I'm about to cover it with a chopstick. It's far too thin. Just woke up from a nap, waiting for dinner. Nice combination of things. We love to see it. Sushi instead of Burger King. You could eat the Burger King with chopsticks, and it'll be like that, kind of. You just have to like imagine really hard. With the power of imagination, anything's possible, etc. Thanks to seafood allergies. Oh no. Well, if it'll make you sick, then I would say that you're not missing anything. I don't have seafood allergies. I just don't generally like seafood. So I don't care a ton about sushi. It's one of those things that I'll like eat if it is the only option. But I won't be happy about it. And I will have to have some other thing in addition. I think I'm just gonna fully do like the foreground sushi with like painting color, however you want to describe that. I feel as though doing it with like line art might detract from it somehow. Maybe that's just me being, I don't know, worried. Let's try it and see. There's like wiggly rice bits. Wiggly. Artist boy. It is I. Hello. Wiggly. Wiggly rice bits. The color is going to do the heavy lifting for this part, I'm pretty sure. How's the art going? It's going. We're remembering. We're on that bike. There's like sushi with bits in it sometimes, right? It's another one of those tangent situations. The sushi bits? Yeah. Very technical term. Only used by insiders in the industry. It's the secret that Big Sushi doesn't want you to know. I beat you to the Big Sushi joke. Tangents! I'm being very loose with these lines because this is going to be a lot of other stuff on these ones. I'm like vaguely looking at reference for what sushi looks like. Something like this. I guess. Yeah, that's good enough. Oh, I didn't draw the actual table yet. Let me get a drink. Hold on. They ran out of rice? That's wild. I've never heard of that happening before. Big glasses. I lied. I don't want to do that. I want this one for that, I think. Yeah. Yeah. This honestly might be too big. It's a little better. Yeah. Oh wait, I didn't draw the sushi in his hand. Whoops. Oh no. Wait. Oh. I did that thing that I do sometimes where I forget to merge the layers down. What a fool I've been. Ah. I hit a thing that I didn't mean to hit. Okay. This is just looking like a tater tot. Not typically your go-to chopsticks food. I think it's because the angle of this is wrong. And it's also probably too big. Well, it's probably not that it's too big. It's probably that the other ones are too small, but we've gone too far with the other ones. So that means this one is the one that is too big. It's all about relativity or whatever. I think that's fine. I need flowers in here somewhere. I don't want to give Jessie a flower print shirt because that feels like a huge pain. A flower in his hair. That feels, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that one. I think someone said to put just like a flower on the table or something. I don't know if I want to do that though. Maybe I just give him a big old flower, just like one large flower in the middle, like here. I do not like this. Flower here. I do not like this. What if I just choose a different number? For all of you who were not here at the very start, what I did was we did one of these October drawing prompt things, but since I'm not going to do all of these because we're already halfway through the month, I randomly number generated 3 numbers between 1 and 31 and put some things together, and that's what we're drawing. So maybe I just do another one instead. What about that? Let's see, where's the thingy? Well, the next one it gave me was tropical. Whoops. Which is basically the same thing of like putting a bunch of flowers on somebody's shirt. What happens if I press it again? What do I get then? Night sky is the next one. What if we just put the night sky in the background? That might not be so bad, actually. Yeah, let's figure out how that'll work. Let's do like I mean, I guess this would be more of like for a noodle place, but what if I just put some of those there and then some of this here. And then we'll put stars around there or something. Yeah. I think that might be okay. Yeah, we'll operate under that assumption, I guess. So, whoops. Call this line. We're just gonna vaguely figure this out. I think I have something I can use for this. I could just do that one nighttime one. Now that I'm kind of like thinking about it, what I'm gonna try to do is like this kind of palette situation, like a lot of this color in the background and like some warmer colors in the foreground. Perhaps. I don't even remember where half of these palettes came from. Let's try these colors, perhaps. Oops. Let's say it's like a not fully super dark, but like getting there kind of dark. I think I want like one of these. Is it this one? Yeah. Okay. I was like, I know I've got a stars brush in here somewhere. It's too big. That's too small. A little bit further up. Tomorrow's prompt. What is the one for tomorrow? I just had it open. I could literally open it right now. And yet I'm going to ask you instead. What a horrible person. Let me just do the thing. What's today? Theater is the one for tomorrow. Do like a, I don't know, a scene from a play or like people watching a play maybe? Where is that one that I just had? Was it here? Night at the Opera. Oh, you could do like a Phantom of the Opera situation. That might be fun. Oh, wait. I forgot that I have like a method of this. Do one more. A little bit kind of further out. This thing. Somewhere like here. Yeah, I think you can do a lot with those kind of... That's one of the good things about these kind of monthly prompts is that they're pretty open-ended a lot of the time. You can do whatever you want a lot of the time. That's incorrect. No. Oh, duh. I was like, why am I not filling in everything? It's because there was another layer that I wasn't seeing. I don't think I'm going to even be able to see some of these parts, but I'm doing it anyway. Is this like an overlay thing or like a screen kind of thing? Maybe overlay, but very faintly. And then we want some of that other color, I think. Oh, wait. I lied. Ah. Arameus, oh jeez. So many gifts. You're too kind. Mm. Halloween Santa. Need to just kind of fill in this. Nope. Something like that, I guess. Then we got some like, say this is background. Oh, wrong brush. Actually, let me not do that on the same layer. Nope. No, the swell bear thing also got by the new system upgrade. Took out all of my fun things simply because I don't remember how I put them together. Look, okay. This probably should be lower, I think. And closer together. The hugs are also gone, unfortunately, Turnip, yeah. Heal, please. Heal, plus. Heal, plus. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. And thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Spending them Bezos bucks on little ol' me. I probably need these to be like cooler in general. But like with a hint of that warmth in it still. So probably like here. Something like that, I guess. I have no idea if this is actually going to do anything like productive and useful. Where's the... Nope. Nope. Alright, I probably can't do this in like... Probably can't do this in like one pass, right? Like it probably has to be a couple of passes here. I need it to be darker as well. But I still want like a hint of this color to kind of shine through here. Like, kind of like this. I guess. Same with this. We need the color in there, and we need that darkness in there. Oops. But we still want a little of this to kind of shine through along the edges, at least, I would think. Oops. What? Pencil's not working. Pencil, why? Sometimes it does this and it makes me quite sad. It's only been doing it lately, and I think it might have something to do with the streaming setup that I'm doing. I don't think it likes it. Let's see if that fixed it. It didn't. Oh no. In the meantime, I guess I will How do I do this again? There we go. While I wait for that pencil to kind of figure out what it wants to do, I'll be finger painting. But I'm thinking it's going to be something like this, perhaps. Or maybe like the inverse. Maybe the inverse. So like here. Nope. Nope. It's a little better, I think. I guess. Okay, so we'll put this back down here. I'm gonna actually do this. And then this. And then, oops, this. I want like this kind of a palette, maybe. But I also kind of want like this kind of thing. Oh, stop it. Something like this. I want like this kind of thing, but maybe I only want it on the only on this like zone. Yeah, I think. Oh, you got a 94. Nice. Congrats. Way to go. think this might be as close as this gets for now. Maybe I could try to do like a little bit of a glow here. Just very faintly. I might take this out. We shall see. I already don't like it, to be honest. Maybe I just need to... Oh no. Just need to blur it a little bit more. That's not bad. Black. All right, I need for my pencil to be working now. Sick. Let's start with tank. Why not? I'm like second guessing what colors are what. It's been so long. Mm-hmm. Oh, I just realized I'm not going to get to post the process of this on Blue Sky because I don't have videos there yet. That's a bit of a bummer. There's so much that I like about that platform that it makes me so sad that they don't have some of the more basic capabilities. Or what I would like consider to be a basic capability in this, the year of our Lord 2023. I think I'm just gonna fully block everything off with this table, so I'm not gonna worry too much about other stuff beyond the table. Still got IG? Yeah. I don't know that I'm gonna post this on Twitter, to be honest. It might just be like an IG Blue Sky thing. I'm still debating. But after that like last change to the Twitter terms of service about like your tweets potentially being eligible to be used as training for AI stuff. I was like, I don't know if I like this place anymore. The tragic part of it is that I like my largest audience is there. So at the very least, I'm like stuck there for posting stuff like when I'll go live for streams. That might be like the only thing I use that platform for these days anymore. But I may not post art there anymore. I don't know. I'm still kind of tossing the idea back and forth in my head about it. Not post to Twitter. Yeah, I'll probably make a tweet about it, like hey, if you want to see what the art looked like, go to other places. Add a big watermark. I would, but then it kind of takes away from the piece, which is not ideal. This coming from a person who, like, for the first couple years of doing these drawings, did not even sign the work because I hated, like, how much it detracted from the work. But then people started, like, stealing my things, so I had to, unfortunately. I should... I was, like, wondering why this was being super weird, and then I remembered that I didn't turn that off, so I was still, like, finger painting also whilst using the pencil. But yeah, I don't know. I never really liked signing my stuff, and I still kind of don't. Mostly because at this point, it's more of like every time I do it now, even though I know that that's not like the primary reason, I'm always kind of brought back to, oh yeah, that's right, the last time I didn't do this, someone totally just stole it. Or where can I put my name in this that is least likely to get cropped out? Ty, hello! I didn't see you come in, but welcome! We are in fact remembering how to art. Slowly but surely we're making our way. You flopped in. I'm just picturing, like, at the end of a long day, when you kind of just, like, wander over to your bed and just, like, plop down into the bed, just like... Darth Dab, hello. And yeah, that was always a really fun little thing. I liked being able to, like, hide the signature, but not really. Like a diegetic signature situation. You'll be doing that in a little bit. Well, I hope your bed is as comfy as it needs to be when you flop into it. made them extra cute. Well, I'm glad that you liked them. For the most part, I just tried to make something that looked nice but wasn't a huge pain to draw. Some of those were more successful than others. Forgot that I said I'm just gonna like fully draw over the table. Okay. All right, let's do some of this. I remember how this goes. And then we go there, and then we get the shoulders. And maybe the fingertips. We'll see if that works out. I have also missed the boys. I've been hoping that getting back into like regular streaming will help me to be a little more consistent with drawing again. That was like the main reason that I started doing the draw every day thing. Was because I was like, oh man, I haven't drawn anything in a while, I should. And then it became 7 years. So I got a little burnt out for a while. So I'm hoping that doing them at least like once a week will help me like be consistent without getting totally burnt out again. But only time will tell. I'm trying to find a new position for my microphone. Oh, it's a little better. They've been in a period of stasis. Nothing has changed for the boys since the last time I drew them. Maybe someday. I had like a whole plan actually, and I still do. So maybe one of these days I'll get around to it. Of a longer story that involves most of them. But it kind of spiraled out of control when I was trying to come up with like a script in my phone. Page count was like in the 50s, and I was like, I don't think I'll ever be able to do this. And also have a job during the day. So maybe if I get a job that requires less hours or can do comics full time, I'll get around to doing that story. But I hope I get to one day, because I did enjoy it. Polycule, no. No polycule for these fellas. I need to fix this. slowly but surely the answers will in fact be made known. You guys missed the deep lore. Earlier we were kind of talking about some Jesse backstory that I haven't fully been able to flesh out, like, in a comic yet. I don't know how, but I always find a way to, like, make one of his beard lines a tangent with one of his shoulders, like, every time. But spacing it differently will make it look even weirder, so it is always just there. I needs the lore. Y'all got some of that lore? But yeah, it was just like some stuff about Jesse's relationship with Junior and stuff. And that sort of led into some of like Jesse's childhood stuff that I haven't really been able to like put into comics or whatever, but I have had kind of solidified in my head for quite a while. Please, please, sir, may I have some lore? But yeah, I don't know if there's like any questions y'all have. I'm happy to answer them. Let's try this color shirt. I may end up changing this. Time will tell. If Resident Space Boyo's doing okay, the Roz Man, he's always okay. He's one of those doomsday preppers, so he's like always fully prepared. Unless it involves swimming. But yeah, since they've been in stasis, that means he still has not learned how to swim. Kai still has not taught him how. Is that why he's learning? No, he's learning because Kai thinks he should. And because it's one of those things that he like also felt like he should have done by now, but has not. It like started as like a, oh man, you should know how to swim, and then just kind of turned into like a test of his will, his determination to see it through to the end. To put it in a very dramatic way, for the fact that his friend keeps almost drowning him. He'll get there one day. thought had just occurred to me that I wasn't on the right layer for some reason. So I had to double check. They say trauma can lead to romance. What about bromance? Well, that too. I think these colors will work. I'm talking about the background. Bro. That's deep, bro. Jesse needs a shirt. That is... I could go green to really like bring out his eye color, I guess. Let me try to figure that out while I'm actually doing this instead. A little bit of extra red here, a little bit of extra red here, and here. Almost forgot the ear. Rouse lost his trunks in a lesson. Kai would be very unbothered by this. Kai's one of those people that doesn't care about how you look, whether or not you got pants on. He just wants everybody to be like chill and nice to each other. Kai's whole thing is he can vibe with like most people, bro. The definition of Mr. Chill vibes. Trying to figure out exactly where I want some of these lines to go. Yeah, the I forgot all about that dude. That dude is exactly Kai. When I saw that man, I was like, oh, it is him. It is Kai, but slightly smaller and with less tattoos and slightly shorter hair. But that guy, yes. Yeah, Argyle. That's his name. I couldn't remember his name. Any features I wish I didn't give them? No. Mostly because if I didn't like it, I would stop doing it. I did that with Kai. I fully changed his hair. Cecil too. Cecil's hair has changed a few times, and I honestly may change it again, because I still am not super into his current hairstyle. So that also might change at some point. Do any of the boys have secret tattoos? No? I don't think so. The only ones with tattoos are Felix and Kai. Every so often he just appears with new hair. That was what I was gonna do at first. Like when I first was like, I don't like his hair, maybe I just do new hair every time. But then it was like, I don't know if that will just be confusing or not. The like conceit of it was, if I did do it that way, it would have to always, like, his hair color would have to be the same all the time. But then I kind of came up with the idea that he had a bunch of siblings that he didn't like, who all also had the same color hair. So then I was like, now I don't know what I want to do. Yeah, Tank's too scared to get a tattoo. He's a big scaredy baby. He did cry about a nightmare one time. I think he cried to Jesse about one over the phone once. I do remember that drawing. He had another nightmare that involved Jesse, so he didn't tell him about that one. Yeah, I think those are the only two Tank nightmare drawings that I can think of right now. There might be more that I'm not remembering. Tank is surprisingly afraid of a lot of things. Yeah, that was the other one, Silver. I still haven't decided what color I want to make his shirt. Looks good in blue. Yeah. I usually draw Jesse in blue, black, or green. But I don't want to do blue because the background is going to be primarily cooler colors. And the foreground is going to be warmer colors. So I want him to kind of fit in that vibe. How about orange? Maybe. I don't want it to be like too warm because the other problem is Tank is usually in warm colors. I tend to lean to like yellow for Tank. Yellow or like light orange, red. Just generally warmth for that boy. He's a warm lad. Darkish red? Maybe. I will try some things. And we will find out together. I'll probably like start with blue and then just change the color a bunch from there. Let's go with this color. Why not? For a color that I will almost certainly change. I'm noticing a lot of like spots that I kind of missed along these edges for where these colors are meant to be filled, but I'm doing my best to not care about those right now. Usually I would kind of stop and then go to whatever layer it is and figure it out, but trying to not do that. Because once you zoom out, you can't really see it anyway, most of the time. It is an inefficient use of my time. And sometimes you have to be aware of that. Now, if this was the thing I was planning on printing, I would definitely go and fix it. But I'm not, so I won't. I will fix this because it's here and close and I can. Even though that was almost assuredly something that would not have mattered. But this will. It's true, art is rarely a perfect thing. But sometimes you have the ability to go and get it as close as you can. And that's usually worth it. Because it helps you learn and grow. Because if you don't do your best, you won't find your limits. And if you don't find your limits, you can't surpass your limits. So it's important to try. I don't know about orange on him. It feels weird. What about just like a dark, cool gray? Maybe a little lighter. So it's not as close to his hair color, perhaps. That feels a little more like him. No. Jesse. I need... Maybe I'll just go with that, this color for, like, the chopsticks. Something like this color. Part of me wants to do all the chopsticks on a single layer so that I can just change them all at once if I decide I don't like it. But that's not a thing that will help me. Okay, so I think I want... Where's that palette at? think I want like vaguely cooler colors along this outside path. And sort of warmer sort of warmer along the inside. Let's see how this actually goes. Sometimes I do this and it does nothing. It makes it like worse. Sorta, kinda. Wait, hello? The Chillhop thing stopped. Oh no! Maybe if I reload the page. I had to alt tab anyway, because I have to do the hat thing. This button. Oh jeez, it's so much louder. Their web player thing is like, or their YouTube channel is freezing up on me. That's better. Oh. You like the hat thing? I'm glad that you enjoy it. I forgot to do the table. Don't worry, there's still music happening. Maybe? Possibly? It should be. If it's not, then I have no idea how to fix it. Because I'm seeing the levels. Okay, good. Music is on. I forgot to color the sushi in Jesse's hand. Let me just do this for the sake of convenience later. Just in case. So I'm thinking maybe next week. I want this to be a little more like kind of like a reddish brown. That makes sense. Something like that. Oh, yeah. I started to say something and then stopped. I'm thinking next week I may switch up the streams a little bit, take a break from Baldur's Gate and play some A Night in the Woods, because it's like spooky time. It feels like it could be a fun time. Night in the Woods is the game that I think I've purchased more than any other game. I've never finished it. I always get like not very far. And then just like some other thing comes up and I'm like, oh, I don't have time to play this now. But I've purchased it on like so many platforms at this point, just because I'm like, oh, well, maybe I'll be able to play it if I get it on this or whatever. I had it on Switch, have it on Steam, had it on PlayStation. So maybe I'll fire it up on Steam. Later Gator? Is that like the little gator game? Oh no, wait, I played Later Gator a little bit on stream one time, now that I'm remembering. Is this a good rice color? Might be a little too light. I forgot that I actually have to kind of stay in the lines here. But yeah, I played it a tiny bit on stream that one time, and I never came back to it. So maybe one of these days I'll go back to that as well, because that game was super delightful. I have a lot of games that I have been like meaning to play and just haven't. So maybe I'll play them on stream. Maybe I'll have to do like a Baldur's Gate once per week kind of thing. But I really want to finish it though. And I made a promise to only play it on stream. Or at least the playthrough I'm playing. Jinx is here. Jinx, hello. The boys are in fact on stream. This is not a drill. Oh, you're still hanging out on the East Coast. I hope you're having a fun time. There's like a chime sound in this song that sounds very much like when you hit a ball with a metal baseball bat. And that's all I'm hearing. It sounds like the baseball bat sound from Smash. A little bit. More so like the metal bat sound, but kind of a little bit the Smash sound. Oh, you're being honored? That's great. Are they giving you like a crown and a sash, or like a certificate, or like a plaque? What kind of honors? A trophy? Or is it just one of those like everyone stands around with a microphone and says how great you are kind of honors? Sounds exciting. Either way. I'm just being nosy. Oh. So you like got the honors, and like part of the honors is that you get to choose the vibe for the next honors. That's kind of cool, if true. I feel like award ceremonies would be more fun if they were all like that, to be honest. They would probably be a lot more stressful though, because it's like you would want to win for the sake of the honor, but at the same time it's like I don't want to have to plan a thing. People walk up and hand you money. That's great. Well, I love that for you, and I hope that you have an amazing time. Should probably make these plates a different color. Maybe not. Maybe it's fine. Maybe this color's okay for that. What about this? Can I get something in between? That's probably good. So now I need to go back to this boy. I'm just gonna keep this extra simple. His hair, but we'll shift it green. This might not be a warm enough green. This might be too cool of a green. That's better. Gila. I've never been sure how to say that one out loud, if I'm being incredibly honest with you. But hello and welcome. I always say Gila in my head, even though I feel like that's not correct. But welcome. I hope you're doing well. The way I said it, okay. I wasn't sure if it was like H sound. Doesn't matter if anyone says it the other way. That's good to know. I missed a spot for some of this rice. Very minor, but still important to me. Okay, so we need like a this color. Maybe. My night's going okay. We're vaguely remembering how to draw. Haven't done it in a while, so it's been pretty nice getting back into things. Very low stakes, chill vibe kind of thing. How has your night been going? Or whatever time of day it is for you. Go to the gas station, get a soda. That sounds like an adventure. I know when I usually get to chilling in bed state, whatever I have in my home is what I have. I'm not going anywhere else. So I admire that if you find the determination to do that. Stripey sushi. The kind of sushi that I was looking at also had a bunch of like flaky things in it. And I don't know if I really want to do that. There was like some bits. Probably some eggy bits. It's not the color I really wanted. Oh, I bet seeing Las Vegas like around at nighttime is probably really cool. City of Lights and all that. Or whatever. Super easy texture to make. Duh. You just do the thing. Didn't anybody tell you? Don't really know what a lot of these sushi bits are, if I'm being honest, but they're here now. We've got the bits. Part of me wants to like texture some of these, like the seaweed bits. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll try it. Let's see if I can do it without having it look super weird. This would be the brush I use. Huh. I don't think there's a way around it for this one down here. Unless. Will this be a thing that looks cool? Who can say? Maybe it will. Nope. 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 That might be okay. Wait. That's what we wanted. Yeah, it's a little bit of something. I forgot that I have to go back and add that to him, though. Group all these up first. And since that's not actually up on this one, I'll put that down here. Where's our boy? Just want a little texture on there. This is the table. Now, is there a way to do this in a way that's not like horribly annoying? Do I have like a weird brush that I could use? Do I have a weird brush? What about this? Is this anything? I don't think it is. Also, we need to go above the line art layer, which I don't know if I really want to do. Yeah, I don't want to do that. So that's the color that it's gonna be. I still need to find a color for this plate. Maybe this? I'm on the wrong brush. I do not believe this is it, Chief. Almost assuredly not. Ah, no. Maybe that color that I used earlier as a goof, as a gag, as a joke, a jokey joke. That's not bad, actually. Okay. I think I might be able to change this now. Oh no! Fill and clear are too close together. Okay. Oh, wait, I lied. I'm not done. I need a couple little speckles. Couple of this. Thank you, Mr. D. I'm glad that you like them. I wanna... That might be too much. Yeah, that's too much. But I do think maybe I could get away with doing... No. If these stars weren't here in this background, I could maybe get away with doing like he's spitting stuff out, but it will get lost. So I'm not going to bother. Color. Just. Okay. Oh, flat layers. Nope. Oh wait, actually I want where'd normal go? Here we go. I want a gradient map on this. We want, I think I want, this one maybe. Something like that, I think. I may just fully get rid of those in a minute. Okay, so now that we have that, this might be easier to do shadows first, actually. Because I know I want a big shadow coming this way. Gotta show that he's like fully reaching. Over this whole table. Something like that, I think. And then honestly, this is probably going to be much further along. Probably closer to like there. Something like this. It wouldn't be fully accurate to put a shadow over the sushi. But I feel like I may, because it kind of like implies that that's like what he's reaching for. Like if I kind of put a little bit here. Something like that, maybe. I think we've now gotten to the I guess this is how this goes part of the drawing where I'm mostly just making it up. So you will probably hear me say that phrase quite a lot. I don't even really like sushi, and this is making me hungry. Something like this, maybe, possibly. This particular shadow, I think, needs to be like kind of blurry. But the way the Procreate smudge tool works is not like ideal. I don't generally like using Clip Studio Paint just because I don't really know anything about where half the options are. But the smudge tool in that program is quite good. Sweet potato sushi. I didn't even know that was a thing. Yeah, there's a lot of really good functions that Clip Studio Paint has that not many other drawing programs have. I'm just not used to it, and I don't like the UI very much. are the two main reasons that I don't use it. Not liking the UI is kind of preventing me from using it more than anything, because if I could like stand it, then I could get used to it and I would learn it. But I hate looking at it, so I don't use it. It also just kind of feels generally very cramped by default until you like hide a bunch of menus. Because you don't need all the menus all the time. Just like most programs, but one of the reasons that I like Procreate a lot is just the UI is really clean and minimal. Oh yeah, they also did the subscription thing, which is kind of lame. You do truly hate to see it. I very much enjoyed the little Procreate Dreams announcement, just solely because of how like artist first as a company they seem to be. I always kind of got that vibe from their like social media, but seeing like their president or founder, whoever that guy was, I don't remember, say some very like pro artist stuff was pretty cool. Just because I feel like that doesn't happen very often, which is kind of sad considering how impactful artists are as a whole in media at large. But with like Apple stuff, for example, it's never like strictly artists that they're talking to, so you get like a slight shout out, but never like fully, hey, look at me, I'm talking to you vibes. Something like this, maybe? I guess this whole hand would be in shadow. There might be a little bit kind of not, but the patience is running thin. I'm hungry, but I don't want to stop now. I suppose I could. There's nothing keeping me. I'm not on my midnight deadline that I used to be. So maybe I could stop and finish this another time. But I hate to finish it not on stream. We're going to keep going. We're going to power through. I am determined now. I don't like this shadow situation. These colors don't feel good. Maybe like a brighter color will work. Like here, could also have just kind of like stopped shading. Been like, well, that's it. We're not doing lighting at all. But no. I'm some kind of fool. Why are we here? Just to suffer. Now I'm thinking about all the snacks I could be eating. I will finish this drawing. I must. I shall. Turn me into a fuel. That's not correct. We all know it's not. I don't even know why I tried. For boys and for country. Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I honestly do not even remember what that's from. I had to learn part of a Shakespearean speech in like 4th grade, and that always comes back to me. I think it was Shakespeare. I don't even know anymore. It's been that long. Give that monologue for theater class. I don't even remember the context for why we had to give the monologue, but we did give the monologue as part of something. But that was the only part of it that I remember. Because it was at the beginning and I said it the most. I said it the most times. Every time I remember it, it makes me want to like remember other monologues just to have in my head. To just like recite sometimes. I recently read is heavily in quotes because I listened to the audiobook, but the Southern Reach trilogy of novels. If you've seen the movie Annihilation, it was based on the first of a series of books. Which I had always kind of liked the movie, so I was like, oh, okay, I'll check out the book. But I don't have time to read, so I'll just listen to it while I'm commuting to work. The books are nothing like the movie. Like, when they say it's based on, it's like very loosely based on. I found out later that like book fans hate this movie because of how different it is. It's like not even the same story. It's very vaguely the same story. But anyways, the book version of the story has this whole like wall of text that is like it's essentially like the ramblings of it seems like the ramblings of a crazed man kind of vibes. And I want to remember all of it so that I could say it just at random sometimes. Just because it's cool. I don't think they ever give it to you in like one continuous chunk in the books. Like it's always bits and pieces out of context. But they make allusions to it a lot. And eventually I went to the wiki, because of course there's a wiki. And I've seen the whole thing in one go. And it's neat, but it doesn't make... Like, it makes some sense, but not a lot of sense. I also enjoyed the book and the movie, but I think it's because I saw the movie first. Like, had I read the books first, I would probably not have enjoyed the movie. Just because of, again, like how very different it is, and I very much liked the books. So going from like a very much liking experience to being like, oh man, I can't wait to see when this part of this book happens and how they're going to show this thing happening, and none of those things occurring, I would have been pretty upset. So I get it. This is too big. Maybe I'll just kind of stop it there. Maybe I'll stop it there. Harder time listening than reading. That makes sense. Sometimes certain mediums are for, different folks. I'm the type of person who, like, I don't read books because they always put me to sleep. It doesn't matter how interesting the book is. Having to read an extended period of text will cause me to fall asleep regardless. Doesn't happen with, like, comics. Doesn't happen if I'm reading like stupid internet stuff that doesn't matter. Only with books. Which is a real shame, because there's a book that I very much want to read and I have in my possession. I just cannot bring myself to read it. And the reason that it's unfortunate is also the reason that I want to read it. It's called the House of Fallen Leaves or something like that. I could literally just look to my left and figure out what the title of it is. Hold on. Yeah, House of Fallen Leaves. I wasn't sure if I was remembering incorrectly. And that's a book that's like about some people possibly going crazy, but the way in which the book is like formatted kind of aids the story. Like if you remember, or if you've ever seen The Shining, when he's got like that typewriter full of just like the same sentence over and over again, like that kind of vibe in this book. Like there are random pages where it's just like a couple of words over and over, or the text is like in a wholly completely different style for no reason. It's got like footnotes inside of its footnotes just to like confuse and be annoying to read. And I desperately want to know what it's like, but I also know that it is a book and I will fall asleep. The same thing also kind of happened with a significantly shorter book that I also could not finish when I went on a... Part of it also is probably because of the fact that I tried to read this while on an extended, like, travel situation. But it was very popular due to memes. So I was like, yeah, I'll read it. It's not that long. And it is beautiful. It's very good. I got through most of it, but I, like, since having returned from my travels, I haven't picked it up to finish it, but it's on my phone. It's like, this is how you... Something about a time war. This is how you... Something... A time war. Hold on. Let me get my phone. This is how you lose the time war. Okay. But yeah, it's very good. It got really popular on the internet because some random person on Tumblr, I guess, was hyping it up really bad. And it led to this very surreal moment where, like, it became one of the, like, New York Times bestseller books for a minute. And they had to, like, print articles about, like, Tumblr user Bash the Stampede fan, or whatever their name was. In a post was like, read this thing, don't look it up, but read the thing. And because of that, like, that vibe was what was so intriguing about it, I think, for me at the time, to be like, yeah, I'll read this. They specifically said don't look it up, but it's good. So I will not look it up and I'll check it out. And it is good. It's like a it's like kind of a romance, I guess. It's about like two I guess vague spoilers for this if you want to go into the story without having heard anything about it. Actually, let me ask if you guys even want to know, so I don't happen to spoil it for everybody in the chat. But yeah, it's very good. It's told from... Well, I guess I'll stop talking until I hear what you guys want to say. But very good. Didn't finish it. But I did enjoy it. So take that for what it's worth, I suppose. Go on. Okay. I'm seeing 2 tells. If I get a third, then I'll do it. I don't want to ruin it for anybody. I hate having stuff spoiled for me, so I always try to be very conscious about spoiling things, even if accidental. I'm still going to be very vague, to be clear, because I do think it's worth the read. Did not fully think this face through, I think. Speak up. I mean, I guess I'll say it. I haven't heard anybody say not to say it, so this is final warning for if you want to be totally spoiler free. Just mute the stream for like a minute and then come back, because I will miss you. Yeah, so it's like it's a story about, it's like I guess like a romance, like a love story. But it's told from the point of view of two time assassins, like 2 people whose job it is to go through time, be in specific places, and do specific things to change things far in the future. But these 2 people are from opposing factions in a far future war where these 2 entities are trying to manipulate time so that they are the only successful faction by the end of things. So both these factions are aware that each other is messing with time stuff. And yeah, 2 of these assassins kind of keep running into each other across time, and like leaving encrypted love notes for one another. It's pretty cool. Very surprisingly like flowery, metaphorical prose at times. Like very, I want to say colorful language, but not in the way that like people mean when they say colorful language. Like not vulgar swearing type stuff, but just like very uniquely chosen words and descriptions of things. But yeah, highly recommend. It's only like a few hundred pages, I think. Again, I have not finished it because I am some sort of fool who has book-related narcolepsy, I guess. Not to disparage anyone with actually narcolepsy. I'm just trying to make a joke. The title is This Is How You Lose the Time War, or something like that. This is how to lose a time war. How to lose a time war. Something. Just look for Time War. And if you find a book that has 2 birds on the cover, that's the one. Um, but I bet it's a very good audiobook. It feels like it could be. Like you've seen it somewhere before. You may have seen it just on the internet. Because like I said, there was maybe a week or so where just like for some reason a lot of people were talking about it. It just happened to get caught in the algorithm of like this person freaking out about it on Tumblr, and then people sharing it everywhere, which then made a bunch of people buy the book and then read the book because they said just read it before doing any research, which then just made it more popular, so more people talked about it, so the algorithm picked it up even more, and it just kind of spun out of control. But yeah, it's very good. I enjoyed it a lot. I missed a spot, I think, on our boy here. With the other layers above this, I don't know if this is going to work. It did. I'm surprised. Truly a master of marketing. Yeah, but that was like part of what was so interesting about it, though, was that it was like completely accidental. And of course, because it was a Tumblr person, they had a goofy name, so that only kind of added to how silly it was that it became so popular, because they had to like reference this person's goofy name. Like it was a Trigun Stan account, basically. And they were just like, hey, check out this book. I know you're here for the Trigun, but also read this. And then it just kind of caught on from there. Usually being like the main character of the internet is a bad thing, but this person was like the main character of the internet for a second. It felt like. In a way that like corporate the corporate mega machines tried to understand so that they could harness for their own gains. But it was just so absurdly like an internet thing that it just could not have happened any other way, if that makes sense. Like, it was one of those things that people from like a corporate and marketing perspective were like, how can we replicate this? But just by nature of the fact that it was like a completely random person, it was like a very lightning in the bottle situation. That was just like not a thing that would likely happen again. But all that to say, real good book. I hope one day I can go back and actually read it without falling asleep, but without pictures, books face an uphill battle when trying to gain my attention and keep it without me falling asleep. I either need to be listening to someone reading it, or it's got to be a comic that has pictures in it, because I'm apparently a child. So take that as you will. But I'm always like kind of interested and envious of folks who are like, oh yeah, I read this many books this week. And it's like, how? Like I used to always think it was like a kind of like a coffee thing, like an acquired taste kind of thing, where it's just like, oh, when I get older, then I will read many books, and I'll be one of those people who's like, oh, I've read all these books. Look at all these books I've read. Listen about how good these books are. And I never became that person, still to this day. Even yesterday, while trying to like read through Wikipedia, I kept falling asleep. Now, in my defense, it was 3 a.m. So, I probably should have been falling asleep. But still. My point still stands. Simply make the pictures. That's what I do. I make the pictures in my head and everything. But then I just have to do that thing where I'm like not paying attention and then I start falling asleep. Like I usually have to do a thing where and this happens with like lots of things except for like usually this does not happen with like movies and TV and stuff like that. But for a lot of like books, sometimes like podcasts, if I'm driving, I'll kind of run into a point where it's like, oh wait, I'm not actually paying attention and I don't know what was just said. So I need to re-consume that information. And in the case of books, when that occurs, it's usually like I have to reread the whole page because I just read a whole page and I don't know anything about what just happened on the page I read. And doing that a bunch of times is usually what makes me fall asleep. But that's what happens when you make the pictures in your head. All by yourself. Sometimes it makes you start thinking about other things and then you're like not paying attention. And then you fall asleep. That is a very positive spin to put on it, Turnip. But also at the same time, reading books, like novels, books in general, very, very, very good at like conjuring images in your brain. Like Silver was just kind of joking, but that is like very much true of just like make the picture in your brain and then later on you're like, oh, this would be super cool if, or like, I would love to see someone do this for real type stuff. But yeah, it's like one of those things where it's very, very powerful and inspirational a lot of the time if you find a very good book. So reading is good and fun and great and inspires lots of artists to make lots of things. But also, if you are like me, sometimes you just need to work on your attention span. And other times it just cannot be helped, tragically. Read the Travel Around the World in 80 Days? Probably not. I don't know. It has to be something that's like very interesting to me. Like it by default has to be a thing I'm already kind of interested in order for me to even like start it. But even books that I'm like, I know I will love this, or it's like based on a thing that I already love. Sometimes it's like I just can't do it. Like that happened with Game of Thrones for me. After like the first couple seasons, I was like, oh, I want to go back and read these books. They're real good. And I read the first one and it was very good. And I read through most of the second one and I just couldn't. I kept falling asleep by the end. I was like, I know it's good. I'm reading it. It's great. I'm enjoying it. I'm having a wonderful time. But also, honk shoe. I'm real sleepy. It's nap time. And then I just kind of stopped. I have all of the books except the last one. Probably not going to read any of them though. Maybe someday, but very unlikely. I don't know why I started with shadows, because what I was really interested in was the lighting, highlights. So now I gotta do all of that still. Where did that palette go? Oh. I was looking right at it. Something like here, maybe? I missed a thing. My favorite music genre? That is a difficult question for me. Because I am all over the place with music most of the time. It really just depends on whatever I'm into at any given moment. There are certain genres that I gravitate towards, but I'm also very bad at like the taxonomy of music. Like some people I know are very good at that, of like, oh yeah, this is like, I don't know, like people who are able to distinguish between like oh, this is disco versus house versus techno versus just general electronic music, like that type of stuff. To me, I just kind of go with like whatever is like the most broad definition. Be like, yeah, this is jazz, maybe, or rock, maybe. This is rap, perhaps. One might consider this to be country, like that type of vibe. So, I always feel like I kind of disqualify or have to like give a sort of preamble when I try to describe the type of music that I'm into. Of like, I don't know anything about anything, but these are the artists I enjoy. You can do with that information what you will. That kind of thing. Electro swing is pretty good. What's the name of the band I was into that does electro swing? I can't remember now. I can remember the music video that they did that was like it was like Prohibition era, like Great Gatsby party kind of vibes, but everybody was like anthropomorphic characters. Like there were Dobermans involved. Oh man, what's the name of that? What's the name of that band? I could probably look it up, but I don't want to. I'm too dialed in on what I'm doing. Caravan Palace, yes, thank you. Ugh, that would have bothered me for a number of hours. Yes, that is the song. I thank you for the wisdom, for the knowledge that you've imparted upon me this day. There's a song that I must find again at some point. But it's like, the reason that it's killing me is I cannot remember the name of it, and it was like a SoundCloud kind of song. Like, it's not on Spotify, it's not on Apple Music. It was a thing that a person on the internet made. I remember liking it a lot, but it wasn't even like my favorite song. It just keeps popping back into my head for some reason more lately, probably because I can't remember the name of it. Oh, thank you, Mr. D, for hanging out. Have a good one. This might be too shiny for his hair, I'm not sure. Oops. But the reason that it keeps like sticking in my head is because it had like a sample from an old movie or show, I think. I never did find out where it was from. But it was like a kid explaining what a nickname is. Like they said, like in one part of the song, the kid just says like a nickname, and then later on in the song, the kid says something along the lines of like, that's not my real name, that's just what everybody calls me. And that's the only part of the song I remember, because it's like an ambient kind of chill vibe song that just has those like samples in it randomly occasionally. And I just cannot think of what it was called or how I would even go about finding it at this point. I've tried to Google that phrase and it pulls nothing up. I get nothing helpful in the results. Like when I search for the nickname part, I just get stuff about what nicknames are. And when I search for the that's not my real name, that's just what everybody calls me part, I just get results for that song, That's Not My Name, by like the Ting Tings or whatever that band's called. And it's like, no, this isn't what I'm trying to find. This is not my beautiful house, not my beautiful wife. So maybe one day I'll stumble across that song again. Maybe I have it like on an old computer somewhere or something. I don't like this. I thought I would, but I don't. And you may ask yourself, same as it ever was. Same as it ever was. Sometimes I will reference that song when I see someone who has a suit that is too big for them, and then people don't get it sometimes, and it makes me sad. And then it makes me feel very old. That song was like old even for me though, so I shouldn't by all rights be getting that reference. But I've seen it referenced by other things so many times that I do get that reference. Timeless thanks to memes. Yeah. But it was like even before, like in the before times. Back before memes were memes and they were just called references. They would just show up as a joke sometimes in popular media. Like a bit in Family Guy. One of those cutaway gags. Back before those were like memes. I think that's like one of the last times that I can recall a thing like that. Like those cutaway gags being like a bit, like a gag, and not like considered a meme. Does that make sense? Like everybody would know those references, like those things, in kind of the way that people know like SpongeBob quotes now, I guess. But it was like just before the version of the internet that like had memes really taking off. I could be completely wrong about this, but that's just how I feel. Is this anything? This is nothing. But yeah, I think the first time I can remember seeing a reference to that song was from The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. They reference that song at least once, I think. I want to say it was Billy who says it at some point out of context. I feel like I'm rushing now because it's very late and I'm very hungry. Luckily, though, the new setup has been much better for drawing. Previously, I had like a wireless solution, which was very finicky and would constantly be dropping anytime there was like a change in my wireless connection, which was frequent. And it still sort of is, but the solution I'm using now is a wired one, which so far has been a lot more stable. Had a few kinks to work out like at the very beginning of using it, but it seems to be a lot better. The downside, though, is that you don't really get to see my hand movements too much. But it's like a kind of a give and take situation. Like I could have done it with the webcam setup that I had before, but then you wouldn't get the greatest quality of the actual drawing itself while I'm drawing it. So this is sorry, I had to stop and think about stuff. Yeah, so this is a better solution, kind of, where you get the good of the drawing, like the good quality version of it, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Without any of the random connection hassles that I used to be plagued with from the other solution. Oh yeah, that was also infuriating when I was like on a time crunch each time. And it was like, I need to finish this, but also this is infuriating. Oops. Does that look better here or here? I don't think I like it in either place. I think it needs to be more like this. Something like that. I don't do it often, Silver. I try not to. Try to be wholesome when we can. Not that there's anything wrong with it. I just try to avoid it. Only because sometimes I interact with folks who I don't know what their vibe is. And sometimes people have problems with that for some reason. I will say it is a very rare occurrence, but it has happened to me before, where people are like, they will feel some type of way. And it's like, I don't understand why. But I will do my best to accommodate. So, in general, I try to avoid it until I at least know what the vibe is, you know? I think that works. I want this to be a more pale yellow, though. The more I'm looking at it, the more I'm thinking I need to change Tank's face. Like, I love the expression, but this right now says, haha, playful joke, and not like, I really want to eat this, though. So maybe I'll just change a little bit here. Let's turn these off. I didn't mean to make this like the most perfect arrow I've ever drawn. Wow. I will never be able to draw an arrow like that again. Okay. So let me grab this color. Where's it at? Oh, it's the other way. Yeah. There was like a little bit more I wanted to do with this, but I don't think I will because it's late and I'm hungry. But the stuff that I'm thinking is a second shadow pass. Specifically, I'm looking at like here, and here. Probably need a little bit more depth to them. Probably like a little bit under the plates. Maybe something down here as well to kind of separate this out. I'm gonna do it. Fine, I will do it. I talked myself into it. It's one of those things that's like, well, it's actually not that many things, so I guess I may as well just do it real fast. A guy I used to work with would follow the 5-minute rule for stuff like this. That's the thing that says if it's something that you can do in less than 5 minutes, just do the thing like then and there, so you don't have to worry about it later. He would always do that because he had a lot of stuff to remember all the time. So he would just be like, oh, I'm just going to do this now. So that I don't happen to forget about it. Which was great for like clients because it's like, oh yeah, he never forgets to do a thing. But it was annoying for not clients because it would be like, why are you emailing me at 2 a.m? It's like, I was doing it now because if I don't, I'll forget. It's like, all right, I understand. But also at the same time, how truly annoying. But that was a very minor quirk, and it was helpful most times, so couldn't be mad at him for it. But I find myself doing that sort of thing now too. Not the responding at 2 a.m, but the like, this will only take me a couple minutes to do, so I may as well just do it now. The only time I generally reply to people at 2 a.m. is if they like reply to me on my day off or try to ask me to do stuff when I'm not supposed to be doing stuff. Then I will reply at an annoying hour because I know it will inconvenience them as much as they have inconvenienced me. I am petty that way. But most times it's like a thing that like it's like that meme with the like baby wolf where it's like, yeah, I'll show you, and then it's just like nobody actually cares. It's like I'm in fact making more work for myself. They're just happy that I replied. I should probably actually set this blending mode. little extra shadow here to really emphasize the arm situation. Kind of reaching out. That kind of helps to draw a little bit more attention to it. And I just want like a little one here, just to kind of add a little bit more depth between Jesse's arm and torso, the belly area. I could probably add a bit more here. I'm just looking at like where the shadows kind of would converge, if that makes sense, to be like a darker shadow, because it's like a thing that would have had a shadow put upon it, but is also being obscured from like reflected light in a different direction as well. I don't know if that's the best way to explain that. But basically, like, these spots are more than likely going to be darker. Because it's like there's a shadow, but there's also like a shadow on the shadow. Like here. You get the like shadow from the plate shadow, but also there's a shadow from being in Tank's arm shadow, I guess. So this would be our values. And where's it at? There we go. Copy canvas, paste canvas. So we got everything flattened down. Let's see if we can add another gradient map in here to really just unify these colors a little bit. I didn't mean to press that one. Maybe this one. What I don't want to do is kind of what I'm doing slightly, which is I'm kind of running into like making things very orange in a way that I don't really want. Sometimes that's why I keep the like normal layer around. Although, let me see what this looks like. Because I want it to be a little bit brighter. But I don't want to lose the depth from these darker spots. I think like there, actually. Don't want it to be like too high. Yeah. It's kind of what I was after. It's like a very, very subtle and minor change, but a change nonetheless. I do need to put my name on this at some point. Now that I'm kind of going back and forth about it, I don't like it. All right, where am I putting my name at? I guess here would be like the best spot, I think. But it might not be big enough. It's like a little secret. I was trying to make it like very non-noticeable. So yeah, there we go. That's our sushi pause night sky drawing, I guess. Yeah. So I guess I'm not going to post this on Twitter, probably. We'll find out. But you can definitely find it on Instagram, and if you're on Blue Sky, you will find it there too. Someone tries to see. Yeah. It's like a surprise. It's right there. It was there the whole time. Whoa. But yeah. I guess I should probably like not do it that way so you can see my name on the stream or something. I don't know. Anyways, thank you all for hanging out. Let me see if there's somebody online that we can say hi to. Although it is significantly later. Oh my goodness. Much later than I would have expected. So there may not be anyone for us to raid. We'll find out. Frumps is playing a scary game. We can go say hi to Mr. Frumps. So let's do that. I gotta get to the page. I don't know why I don't just do this at the beginning of at the stream so it's ready by the end. But yeah, thank you all for hanging out. I'm glad I remembered how to draw. I'll try to do another one of these next week. Maybe I don't know. I might move the drawing streams to Fridays. We'll see how it goes. Just because I don't know if I want to be up this late drawing on the regular on a Wednesday. And my Friday streams usually start a bit sooner, so or maybe I'll just get faster again with some practice. We'll see. But yeah, thank you all for hanging out. I'll be back again Friday, 5:30 Eastern Standard Time. Was it 5:30 or 5? Hold on. Now I need to check. What was it that I said? 5:30. Okay. I was second guessing. Yeah, I'll be back to play some Baldur's Gate on Friday. And then we'll see. Maybe next week I'll do Night in the Woods all week or something. I'll figure it out. But until then, be super cool. Be super chill. Be super nice. And I'll see you in the next one, I guess. Thanks for hanging out. See you guys later. Goodbye.